And so, our band of adventurers, the Lucky Sevens, went into the city, snuck around the aberrant troops of the Greenhorn Empire, the man o' wars, the even faked out one of the Gloomstalkers, a beast made of with wings made of hair and mist and shadow. And once getting past that, found their nemesis, Caleb, a man who had seemed to go crazy from the aberrant nature of the experiments that had been performed on him. Something that Vanya still fears is what something will happen to her brother Imbrel. After defeating him, the party took to removing the remaining petrified tree. And Lagon spent some time sanctifying the ground. Which is where we open tonight's session. As with 24 hours of prayer and the likelihood of a God's conversation to happen within that 24-hour period, Lagon sometime after you begin the ritual, the chanting, the praying, the walking the grounds, the burning of incense, eventually you are visited in your mind as you're sitting down. What you see before you when you open your eyes is a single spotlight. The rest of the surrounding place around you dark. To focus in on one singular spot. You already occupy this spot. And a familiar, motherly sort of voice calls to you. Stormbringer.
Lady, what can I do for you?
You are a man who has sought my will. What is it you ask of me in this moment?
I am beseeching you in an attempt to heal this great wound that was left by Shonari. At least the one area that I know of. It has done what it could to heal itself. Unfortunately, there are those who have taken it to use for themselves after outlawing your presence in their empire to, in essence, replace what they have banished and banned. Unfortunately, the tree did not survive, but I would still attempt to heal this place. If it is your will that such things should be done.
I am the land on which you sit.
Yes, the abominations that have grown from this place are doing the best they can to survive, but are corrupting the rest of the nature around them.
I know. It is my wound to bear. But the thought that you would want to provide healing to me, it is a pleasant thought. And what you see walking into the spotlight is a creature unlike one that you've ever seen. White, with many wings, arms and the torso of a man, but a snake-like body like a long, thin dragon, covered in feathers. A long head of hair sort of flowing from the head, a crown of almost light surrounding her head. And when you look at them, there is a large set of wounds. It's like these feathers are made of porcelain, and the skin on which this craterous wound, sits, looks like it is made of mud. And a second wound, as if something had protruded up out of the skin and became infected. But since whatever was protruding has been removed, and now it just leaves the scars. Cracks all along the fronts of this creature's body on the one side, even up towards its face, threatening that if the light that you see that sort of pulses inside these cracks were to ever go out, it would shatter. This, you know, by simply looking at it, is the Wild Mother. You know this in your mind and in your heart.
Okay, that was going to be my question. Sorry. Is there no way to heal this wound?
Much as any wound, it takes time. Your own wounds, and she sort of looks you up and down. Maybe you sustained some, maybe you haven't. Maybe scars of old. There are always remnants left. But with balms, with prayers, the pain can be eased.
Without removing the root of the cause, any healing would only be superficial. potentially more detrimental.
All that remains now are the small little things. The root of the issue has already been severed. I believe you're familiar with the Raven Queen.
More intimately than I would. And if she looks down, she'll see that he flashes from how he normally imagines himself in front of the Wild Mother in his robes and vestments, as if he were still on the ship with Captain Masterson, or Master Teach? I forget which one it is at the moment. Master Every. In the Deathwalker's ward armor and raiment of the Raven Queen's warden, guardian, and a very long, hand-carved wooden mask. As she mentions that image flashes across Lagan in her appearance. Yes, I am. And then he looks down and sees his own image changing. Quite familiar. More than I would like to be at this moment. But I am not distrusting of her guidance, as I was when I first began to question you on the nature of your relationship.
She was once like you.
Weak, frail, begging others for their strength to help them carry on.
No.
Mortal?
A champion. One of my champions.
What does that make me? Am I hers or am I yours? Or is there a distinction?
To me, there is none.
He closes his eyes and bows his head, trying to contemplate all of the ramifications of this entire conversation up to this point, as well as still undetermined on how that sits with him, that there is no distinction for her, but there's obviously a very clear distinction and dividing line, at least in Lagan's mind, as to what comes from her and being her champion, and what comes from the Raven Queen, and apparently being chosen as a champion by her as well.
if you have questions to ask.
How can one man serve two mistresses, regardless of any powers or strength of own will, let alone what is provided by such beings as you and her? I know I will see her one day again, and no one truly knows their fate. But how do I reconcile? I have two mistresses, two such great beings with claims to me.
The land
Let alone, sorry.
The land on which you step provides life to all living beings. All creatures are like children to me, and I must nurture them. As far as you are concerned, my only wish is to simply exist.
I do exist. At least I think I do.
You do. As do I. As do your friends.
As long as it pleases you, I would wish to remain as such. And even if it displeases you, I'd still prefer to remain as such.
Perhaps it's your friend Alira who maybe understands the cycle of life, of death, as much as it pains me to see a creature cease to exist. What remains is left behind to nurture more. But there was, in the tree, souls. They were taken, weren't they?
Yes. They were taken and made to become, I don't know how to, for lack of a better word, what was left of them was grafted into other beings, like Imbro and Caleb, and I have no idea how.
The ones at the tree, I meant.
Yes. Well, I think what was left has been released. My presence here and invocation and ritual performing right now is an attempt to not only heal you, but to ensure that the souls that were a part of this return to where they're supposed to be.
A second figure steps into the spotlight, this one draped in black feathers A porcelain mask, long raven black hair. Much like your Deathwalker's ward drapes you in feathers. Nothing came to the gate. I suppose that's to be expected, she says.
Nothing came through the gate?
No.
No, none of these souls have returned?
None.
Lost? They trapped?
I have no connection to them anymore. They're gone. You see that the porcelain mask, the lips do not move.
Anyone watching Lagan right now would see tears start trickling out of his eyes while he's in this meditative state in the ritual. The thought of all of these thousands of souls that were trapped here being lost for eternity, disconnected from the cycle of life, death, rebirth. Maybe a bit of joy as well at the idea of having seen this wound can potentially heal, become closer to what it was before this grave injury upon the land was formed. Don't have been disconnected. Is there a way to return them? Have they been gone so long? There's no traces. No.
They had been trapped here for 100 years. But now there's no reference, there's no connection, no thread to pull them through. The connection is snapped. There is nothing to be done. You have greater concerns, Stormbringer. My enemy draws close to reviving. The one who would see me deposed.
Where must I go to meet those who release him? If you've any idea of where to find these people, point me in the direction. Let me be your hands.
You are on the right trail. Follow the walking corpses.
Okay.
And you will find their agents. Bring them to me.
Well, hopefully we don't have another Lord Kaiji situation, but
Kaiji
Whatever
was a
happened?
fool and weak. But his book, you threw it into the throat of a volcano. I applaud your creativity.
If they're going to get it, it's going to hurt. It has a tendency, if I'm told correctly, to find its way where it's supposed to be, or back to someone that could help with such things. I just made sure if anybody attempts it, it's going to hurt a whole hell of a lot more in the attempt, let alone true retrieval. That I should be able to recognize them if they are successful.
It is the
Lava and
hand in
magma
the eye
burn.
of the whispered one that you should be on vigil.
Again, the hand in the eye. Got it.
Separated, they're weak. Together, they are powerful. Do not let them be joined.
Well, if I have any say in the matter, I would find that such things, well, meet a similar residing places that accursed book.
Then you know what you must do. You almost see a
Close.
approving, almost smile in the eyes behind the mask.
Lightly closes his eyes and bows his head in her direction. I thank you. And then he looks and encompasses both of them, almost as if he's holding it, and stands up, almost holding his arms out as if he's going to try and encompass them both with a hug. I thank you both. Without your guidance and influence, I dreadfully fear I'd have been lost to that book. And I fear part of me may still be in some way attached and lost to that book. These many months after removing it from my presence, its presence still lingers. I feel it. But every time I look, it's as if it's disappeared. No longer anywhere tangible or in any way that I can do anything about. But I still feel it.
Things of great power leave their mark. You will likely bear that scar for the rest of your existence.
Well,
And you see a very sort of long, almost flowing sort of robe, sort of sleeve come out from under the feathers, and a very pale hand just kind of rest on your shoulder for a moment from the Raven Queen, where the creature you see to be the Wild Mother, she embraces you whole.
he's going to close his eyes and in that moment just bask in that embrace from both of them, because as much as it may seem impersonal and informal, that is more of an embrace from the Raven Queen than since he first saw her when he took the plunge off the cliff into the waters of the Sapphire Sea.
And when you open
But
your eyes
more,
once more, the vision is gone.
he will let out a long breath, and the second effect of the hallow is going to be the extra dimensional interference. Any creature in this area that doesn't make the save cannot teleport, cannot travel or move in or through this area by any kind of teleportation, be it extra dimensional or interplanar.
Okay. And that surrounds an area of how big?
That is 60-foot sphere from where I am sitting, where the tree had burned down, kind of with the tree at its center.
Okay.
That wound is the center
Of your hallow. Okay.
that sphere. Yeah.
So, no teleportation in or out of this place by any means. Anyone who wishes to come here must come here on foot.
Yes. If you're not a god, you can't come here unless you're traveling on foot.
Exactly. All right. Then your hallow is considered complete, which is where we rejoin the rest of our party in the city of Colcaster, where Lagon had just been sort of ruminating as he woke up with his daily prayers on that event. The meaning of such, the implications of what he has been charged with. Which means that the rest of you see him kind of come awake from his very deep sort of prayer trance almost. So, Lucky Sevens, what do you do?
Well, we've got a meeting to go set up.
With whom?
The general. In Drakefast.
So we are headed back to Drakefast, I believe. Where did we leave the ship?
It's with you in Colcaster now.
Yep.
Okay. I didn't know. I knew we had to travel to Ut by other means.
Yeah, no, we basically traveled back through the pass, picked up the ship, and flew to Colcaster.
Okay.
Yep. So that's where you are currently residing, and having finished up your daily to-dos when it comes to preparing for the day.
We need to set up a meeting, you said, with the general in Drakefast?
Correct.
What was his name? Out of what was his name, if anybody can remember?
Rodinus. Radiris.
Radiris. Okay. Well, as you say that we need to set up this meeting, Lagana's going to cast Sending to General.
I don't know if that's a great idea.
I don't believe there's any great ideas at this point, but if we're trying to set up a meeting, the quickest, most efficient way he knows of getting any message to him.
Yeah, we were. I mean, the thing is, we weren't going to go directly. We were going to set it up as a, because we do still have that missive.
Yes.
No.
Right?
I'm aware of that. I'm just saying that I can go ahead and send a message to him with sending that we need to try and set up a good time for us to meet with him.
Yeah, no, the only reason I'm saying that's a bad idea is because of the fact that, remember what he said when we were in the meeting with him last time. Basically, all of him, like 99.9% of his communication is tracked. Because he's a general.
Yes, but sending goes directly into his mind, and nobody tracks that.
It's a magically active empire. They probably figured it out. Which is why we haven't been sending sendings back and forth to him regarding the progress. And basically why I was like, yeah, don't contact me until until after it's done.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's
No, I was unaware of that.
Yeah, no, that was basically why I was bringing it up, because it's like, yeah, probably not the best idea, because it'll probably be like, yeah, why are you talking to me? Terrorists?
Okay.
So, yeah, we're basically gonna use the missive to sneak in, just to, basically, under the idea, at least that I had in mind, was we're gonna go in under the missive and be like, you know, our benefactor has completed his work, right? And so we're all good. But then we'll also kind of get him alone in that private time and be like, it's done.
Part of it, but not all of it is done. There's still stuff here in the capital.
Oh yeah, there's still the cultists. But I mean, at the very least, the thing about getting the soldiers stopped, that objective is complete.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I understand what you're talking about. Yeah, that portion of it is completed.
Yeah, because they don't have anything to grab anymore, and we kind of, well, both hallowed it and burned it down.
So, I guess at this point, we need to resupply for however long we think we're going to be continuing.
Probably not the
we have coin for.
Probably not the worst idea in the world, given, you know, I don't remember the last time we actually did a resupply.
That was before Uct. Was the last time I remember. Right after exploding the cliffside on the caravan that we.
Yeah, the caravan ambush.
Yeah. And I guess, and then make our way to Drakefast. And while we're at it, we could also carry supplies for them as well. Probably primarily foodstuffs, since we're not high enough to carry any of their military cargo.
Exactly. You're civilian. You're civilian in every sense of the word.
So yeah, as we're getting provisions for ourselves set up where we can carry provisions for the soldiers that are stationed there as well.
Okay, much like you did last time.
Yeah.
Okay. So you can sail there the same way that you did last time. Be paid similarly. I think it was how much did you end up getting paid to bring supplies last time?
I don't know.
I believe you said it was around 1,000.
Okay. For similar pay, for 1,000 gold, you'll uh, you'll be available to ship foodstuffs to Drakefast in your hold.
If I remember right, it was broken down by so much per ton, and we could only carry like. So it was.
Yeah, but as far as like the minutia, you're gonna get 1,000 gold for being able to provide X amount of tons for of food stuff to bring to the barracks of Drakefast and the new port as well. As soon as you're ready to leave, then you can indeed do so. There is not a whole lot in the city that's stopping you. There's definitely a lot of there's a lot of people, obviously. There's many people who live here. Anyone who would like to can make a persuasion check to see if you can find any rumors. Derek is waving his hands. Don't make me roll! Don't make me roll!
I'll do it.
Okay.
Shoot.
You had some good rolls last time. I'm proud of you.
You even got a natural 20.
But Vanya being the charismatic one, or Arya. Arya is also very charismatic.
I am indeed.
You are indeed.
What is it that I might do?
If you would like to kind of listen in, maybe prod and prick a little bit for rumors around Colcaster, you may. Do the persuasion check.
What is the roll? Persuasion. Oh, I can do that.
Yeah.
I am good at that. I have great that. 14 plus 8.
Ooh, that's a 22.
That's... Yes.
Higher than what I got.
Oh, what did Raven get?
18.
18? Well, that's not too bad.
I am
Between the two of you.
going through and shit talking. That's what we're doing. We are rumor mongering. I am in with the mill. I am one with the culture. I integrate easily into the population. And I learn everything that there is on the streets.
Indeed. Indeed. So, as you're kind of strolling down the streets through getting towards the port to be able to rejoin your ship as the foodstuffs is starting to be loaded, you're starting to hear rumors about things being a little odd. That some of their neighbors have started to act a little strangely, going out at weird hours, going from their homes to some warehouse in the docks district. But most people are chalking it up to, well, maybe she's seeing someone on the side. Maybe she's got a lover. Maybe he's, dipping his toes in that wonderful little brothel house down there and trying to be sly about it. As the wives of these individuals tend to rumor monger amongst themselves.
Mm-hmm.
One of which says that the person that they saw their spouse with, though, was a person in brown robes.
No.
Very...
Brown robes, you say?
Yes, it was like they were... They looked like the soldiers' tabards and everything, except brown, which is a god-awful color.
Certainly is. It's not necessarily anything patriotic or denotes any sort of regality. Brown
Reds
is,
and golds are the colors of the Grioran Empire, and we are proud of the fact that our colors are vibrant, wonderful, like the sun, like poppies in the fields.
most gorgeous. Yes, red and gold, the colors of the warrior. That does lead me to question, what about these robes? Was there any sort of insignia? You say they're like our kingdoms, but how much like our kingdoms?
Oh, I didn't pay much attention to that. It's so god-awful ugly, and I didn't want to snoop on Mrs. Johnson's husband for too long. That would be ghastly of me.
Mr. Johnson? Oh, that is definitely an interesting bit.
Well, he is a
you wouldn't-
human, and humans have very short lifespans. I don't blame him for wanting to explore.
Yes,
She's a very
certainly.
elfin woman. She's got this sort of like very tight sort of ring necklace on her neck, and you notice that she doesn't at any point look downward. You are shorter than her, but she looks over your head the entire time. And
It's
she's
kinda
taller
funny.
than you.
She's just like literally raised nose.
And she's wearing a lot of red
Wow.
and gold herself.
Yeah, well, you know, as humans, as it were, we have a lot less time to explore and understand these things, so
Oh,
we
you
tend to
poor
flit
things.
about, jump around. Yes, I know.
Such short-lived things. Just don't go tell Mrs. Johnson. I'd certainly hate to be the bearer of bad news that her husband is just a god-awful hussy.
Oh, heavens no, I wouldn't dare say anything to her directly, though I may be inclined to partake of some tea with her.
If she caught on that I was gossiping about her, I wouldn't hear the end of it.
I totally understand. But you can't blame me for wanting to have a peek.
You are such a nosy little woman. I barely even know you. Do you even know Mrs. Johnson?
Oh, certainly, certainly. I'm around the neighborhood, you see.
I've never seen you in my life, dear.
We've been about. Certainly tend to stay busy, what with the Imperials and all of that. Anyways, toodaloo for now. I'm so sorry. Your name was what again?
Madeline.
Madeline. Gorgeous.
Madeline Finch.
Well, my Lady Finch, it has been a pleasure as always. I do hope to see you very soon, especially during the farmers market that will be happening.
Oh, please. I don't go to the farmer's market.
Oh, it's a shame. You never know what they happen to find there. The freshest of fruits.
That's what I have
Very
my
delightful.
handmaid for.
Ah, of course.
Run along, darling.
Perhaps that's why we don't know each other. Come by, get to know the neighborhood, Mrs. Finch. Toodaloo.
And then she turns to
It's
whoever
like,
she was talking to before and is like, who is that?
Okay.
It must be one of the Johnson's new hires. It's fine.
Oh God. They're like,
And
is that
you.
is that a servant girl? That's so funny. All right. Oh, poor Arya.
The way that you dress maybe tips them into a direction of what they assume about you. Who knows?
I wear very nice blue dresses, I'll have you know.
Very practical.
My girlfriend has bought me nothing but very beautiful blue dresses. And I have been wearing them as adoringly as I can parading in them. I want to show off the fact that my girlfriend bought me dresses.
That's funny.
So I will return to the group at that point, and be like, good news, bad news, bad news for good news for bad news. We have a Mr. and Mrs. Johnson who may or may not be involved with a brown-nosed conspiracy? Not sure what the word is there. Conspiracy? We'll go with that. Rumor mill says you can find them here. In this neighborhood. Arya will map out the location based on what the room that one lady was going off about.
Something about a warehouse or a brothel or something near the docks district.
Yep.
You're muted, Mojo.
Did I hear you correctly? Brown-nosed? What is a brown-nosed conspiracy?
Oh, I said that out loud. Brown robed.
Oh. Brown robed. What is the significance of a brown robe?
Oh, you know, the significance of the fact that the cult we've been chasing for the better part of a few months now are brown robed.
I'm asking if that's a different sort of dress than what we see regularly here in the Empire.
You see a lot of very vibrant colors in the Empire, but you also see a lot of dull colors in the Empire, so...
Yeah,
your guess is...
The important part is notated militaristic uniform, outfit, and design. Still brown robed. Most of those in the military tend to wear red and gold. Very flamboyant colors.
Where is this brothel warehouse? Was there anything specific of location?
No, but I have a name. Mr. Johnson.
And they're not too far from the docks. Okay.
Valjean L. Johnson. Not too far from the docks. I've given your NPC a name, Coffee.
Given what we've been doing and you know, while they fill the hole, we could stake this place out and see what is at least this area and attempt to find out what is going on.
Certainly.
Sounds like a fun night.
The more we know about what they're doing, the better idea we have of why and potentially where to go from there.
Agreeable. It was just an idea. Of course, the rumor mill is the rumor mill. Might just be nothing, might be something.
From the description of the robes, are those similar to how Caleb was dressed the last time we saw him? Or was he still dressed as a warrior for the Empire?
He was dressed as a warrior for the Empire.
Okay. So more like the cultists that we found back on in Ionia and...
Yeah, similar to that.
Okay.
Just
okay, so the...
Rioran style instead of Ionian style.
Gotcha. So military... So it's potentially from Dredith or Ionia because that's what those cultists were wearing, except for Kaiji. Was there a name to the brothel or
Yeah, you're given a
anywhere in
name. I'm not. It's
I'm not.
not
No,
one
I'm
that I
just
have
asking.
mapped out or named or anything.
No, I'm just saying if we want, well, they're preparing everything for the hold for us to take to Drakefest. We could stake this out, see if we can find anything, and if not, continue on to Drakefest.
Whatever you want to do.
Potentially.
I think we can spend a few hours staking it out.
Is that the
Alright.
party decision? To stake out this brothel?
I would agree to it if everyone else is approving.
How are you going to go about doing it then?
Good old-fashioned stakeout, I think.
Good old-fashioned pass without trace.
Good old-fashioned hide in the shadow and gank whatever comes our way.
I think hide in plain sight would be better, but pass without trace is better than nothing.
Okay. That is a thought. You can hide in plain sight, or you can hide in the shadows. Who's doing what?
I'm gonna stick to the shadows, more roof and upper level if I can get to it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Seeing if I can spot these militaristic robed figures that are not of the Grioran Empire.
Okay. And they did say that it was more towards the night, and the brothel's more open to. They're open to clientele all day, but they have more clients coming in during the night. So, so we've got Lagon wanting to stick to shadows, alleyways, things of that sort. What about Kaz?
He'll likely do the same, just stick to the shadows. He's not good enough for people to try and blend in amongst the clientele.
Okay. For Alira? Blend into the crowd or blend into the shadows?
Oh, neither one of them work for me particularly. But,
Well, it's going to
we'll
be...
try.
Not without
Given the
trace.
fact I don't mesh into most crowds, stand out like a sore thumb.
Mm.
I think it's going to be an attempt at the shadows.
Okay. Vanya? Arya?
I think for once I might actually have a little fun blending in with the crowd, so I'm going to take that route for once.
Okay.
Why are we sharing a brain cell today?
Okay. And Vanya's also doing the same. Okay, so what?
I will make note that Vanya is casting Pass Without Trace on the ones who are staying in shadow.
Okay. So the
To
ones...
give them that boost.
The ones who are staying in shadow is going to be a stealth check, plus 10 for Pass Without Trace. For our two ladies, it's going to be a deception check.
Oh boy.
This is gonna-
Natural one.
Oh, honey,
Oh, shit.
honey.
Oh my god.
I'm so sorry, everybody.
Dirty 20 for me.
It's alright, I got you covered.
You
Natural
got that
20.
20, didn't you?
Hell
Okay.
fucking yeah, I did.
Okay, so that counts as, while the Nat 1 and the Nat 20 cancel each other out, Lagon was successful. So we're going to count that as a success. Vanya, Arya?
Mathing.
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 19 for a total of 23.
22.
Okay.
We're great at this. Look at us. The charismatic duo.
Okay. Vanya, Arya, you blend into the crowd of clients, and even as there is a bit of a bar inside this brothel as well to allow for the flow of drinks. It's typically more along the line of some wines and some like hard fruit juices and uh, things of that sort. So very very tasty, very savory, very sort of sweet at the same time. Sort of alcoholic drinks that you're able to peruse. But you also have an assortment of individuals who are also there to aid in pleasure, should you want it. The clientele around the rest of the place is also sitting at tables, also being escorted to rooms. So it really is your choice as to what it is you would like to indulge in. This is a place of indulgements. However, as the others of you are kind of sitting out in the shadows, sort of keeping an eye on strange-looking individuals who might be entering as far as part of the clientele for this place, the house mother comes out for a smoke break, smoking a pipe of some kind of herb. Lagon, she spots you trying to climb the side of the building. Something I can help you with, dear. Yes.
Do I know she's talking to me?
It is clear she's looking at you because you're the only thing in sight.
Okay.
And she's got this sort of low-cut dress. She looks like she is the house mother of this brothel.
Not a dwarf, is she?
No, actually, she's dragonborn.
Okay. One of the neighborhood children said they lost their toy on the roof. I was going to attempt to get it.
This is not a place for children, and it is something to bring to my attention rather than go sneaking around looking into my girls' rooms.
I had no desire for such things. I literally was going to. And, let's see.
Do you think me stupid?
Probably more observant than me. So, thaumaturgy's probably not going to cut it, but I'll attempt it. Which effect? Muttering under his breath. Okay, so yeah, using a thaumaturgy for a booming voice, that of a small child. Did you find my toy, mister? And then turn around to look at her after she's asked me, do I think her stupid?
Make a deception check.
Yay! At least this isn't disadvantage. Okay. 14.
I know you're making that noise yourself. You can't fool me. Get down. Maybe actually having a conversation with me and my girls would be more useful to you?
Might be. Insight. Is she being sincere in actually attempting for conversation and not just trying to get rid of me and potentially have the city guards brought in?
Insight check.
Okay, +9 is 27.
She'd be happy to do either one if it would get you off her lawn.
He'll climb down and oh,
If you want company, you can just ask.
I honestly was not looking for company.
Very
Truly,
rarely have I seen a dragon kid or a giant kin who wasn't interested in having a good time.
Oh, a good time can be had, but the kind you're offering, I honestly am not looking for. I left someone that is truly more my speed. Undreideth.
Oh, well, she's not here. And
No, she's not.
if you're really not into entertainment tonight, then you can move along.
Oh, well, I've got a bit of coin. I can always watch a show. But as far as actually participating, that is truly not my interest this eve.
More of a
and
voyeur. I get it. Come along.
He will take a couple gold and put it in her hand to show that he truly does have some coin.
The show is
But
inside, then. Keep your hands to yourself.
He'll nod respectfully and indeed.
And she'll
Perhaps you have
walk you
some
in.
strong drink available.
I've got some wine. You
Much
can order it at
appreciated.
the bar and take it to your table and watch the show. Just, if you're gonna come in, then come on in.
After he hands her the coins and she begins to walk back in, he will follow right behind her. He was walking and talking. At least that was my assumption of strong drink, because I don't know. And as she says, they have wine. You got anything that'll put a dwarf on their face?
No. But if your friends insist on watching too. She points in the direction where Kaz and Alira are.
Friends.
Unless you don't know them.
And as she points, he'll start looking. Can I see either one of them in the shadows?
I don't know. Roll
I
roll a
mean,
perception check.
I mean,
Okay.
Alira maybe? Cars? I mean, Cars got a 4 because of the parts without trees. Cars got a 40.
I'm probably not gonna see cause, but perception, natural 20 for a total of 29.
I'm going to
So,
cut a
definitely-
natural 20 as an auto success, so yes, you see both of them.
Okay.
God damn it!
And hearing that, turning to look around, Lagon's gonna whistle and gesture for them to come on in.
Because she got a natural 20 as well.
That's why she. Kaz is just like.
Nobody's hiding tonight.
Kaz is like, she could see me? Oh, she could see me. Fuck.
And
Yeah, let's get. We shall indeed give up the ghost. Oh dear.
And she looks like a fairly. She's like this kind of almost patinaed copper color. So she kind of looks like she's a mix of green, but she's definitely got that copper sort of look to her, where she's got this shine to her scales, and she definitely puts on a show. She's definitely got a corset and everything on so that her waist is cinched. She definitely has a sort of fuller figure and is more than happy to show it off. But she also carries herself with a bit of respect. So she's still got like a good amount of the Grioran jewelry. She's got a very 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 straight back posture, and carries herself with a lot of respect, and even has a few of those little tendrils like you have, Kaz. So maybe she's from the Stormwind Empire, maybe she's not. But she's definitely very pretty for a Dragonborn. She ushers all of y'all in towards the bar.
As Kaz gets close enough, he'll lean over and whisper, I don't know where she got her eyes, but I'd love to have a pair like them.
Okay, first off, phrasing. Second off, if I was any more hidden, I would have been part of the wall. How did she see me?
I have no idea.
What?
Took her pointing you. It took her pointing you out for me to see you. And later I could hear from across the alley, across the street. You might as well have been a shadow before she pointed you out.
And that was the point, but now I guess we just have to go inside and get out to do. Okay, whatever.
I don't know how she saw me. I don't know how she saw you. I don't know. But wherever she got her eyes, I want a pair for myself.
Just phrasing, dude. And he's just gonna shake his head and walk inside, like.
And she's gonna start. I know. She's gonna start pouring wine for each of you.
Yeah, basically he's basically doing that just by virtue of the fact it's like, I don't want to be around the guy whose phrasing can be misconstrued if he wants to pluck out her eyes. Because if someone read that statement wrong and out of context, that's exactly what someone's gonna pick up from it.
So, you, my giant kin friend, have decided you want to take part in... take part is the wrong word. Do a little bit of watching of the shows. What about you other two?
I'm gonna very quickly look around for Vanya and Arya and see what it is that they're doing quickly before I make a decision on that.
Where are the ladies seated? You have the run of the house, basically.
Yeah, we're comfortably seated at the bar. Arya is just like staring with her head propped into her interlocked fingers straight at the guys and just blinking with an amused grin on her face like, Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Well,
What are you gonna do?
The guys and Elvira.
Uh,
Lagan is pointedly not looking at them.
Mhm.
He's focused on the matron.
Carson's eyes tick to Arya, and it's just like. And then over to Vanya, who he hopes has just a little bit more sympathy.
Nope, she's got the
If
same
only a
amused
smidgen.
smile. She's got the same amused smile, just kind of raises the glass of whatever she's drinking at them. As I'm saying, you're on your own.
And as she asked this question, Lagan would ask, aside from our little motley crew, any other outland travelers come through here recent?
Ah, so you're looking into my books. Sorry, lad. I don't give away information like that to just anyone. People's privacy and all of that. Got enough snoopers around in these parts.
It's funny you mentioned that. I'll just be content with watching the show. But
Oh,
that is somewhat why we would ask. There have been snoopers about lately, people snooping into things they really shouldn't.
like a friend here trying to snoop a peek at one of my girls in their room.
Oh no,
That's not
Lagan
what
would
I
never.
would
You don't need to worry about that, Lagan. Lagan would never. He is a very disciplined man, and he has sworn celibacy. Yeah, celibacy.
That's not what he said. He said
Well,
he has a
you
lover
never-
back in Ionia.
You,
Sounds
you
like
To be
I
fair,
never
I didn't.
met-
To be fair, I
You
didn't know
never
about
met
that.
Jalissa. You never met Jalissa.
So it's
Yeah.
how much you two don't really know each other.
Well,
only-
yeah. I'm
An awkward kind of
newer-
cute.
a newer addition to the to this motley crew. Excuse me a moment. Glug. I'll just note, if it's spiked, I'm immune to poison.
She wouldn't spike
Just-
your drink.
No, it's just you know, if she poured it from a spiked bottle and there's, you know, nefarious goings on, that ain't happening. Is all basically all I'm saying. You know, I get that. I get that. You're not the first person to tell me that, and yeah, I'm sure you probably might be the last. And his
It's
eyes
the
tick to
Glentopia
Arya
scales that got you.
in that moment, just as a very kind of very subtle tell. I mean, I'll even roll a deception for it if you'd like. But a very subtle tell of, "Help me, please."
You can roll deception if you like.
I'm gonna.
I know he needs help. I know he needs help in this situation, but I'm too entertained.
It's about as good as I could have fucking hoped for.
Which was
21.
21.
Yeah, it's not a natural 20, but a 21.
Okay. You're making glances over at whom to help you.
It was just a quick glance over at Arya.
Arya.
Like, this is not a drill. Help me! Help me! Please, for the
God.
love of all that is holy, help me!
Coffee, how would I even bail him out of this situation, or even better, help try to leeway my way into getting the information we need? Give me an idea.
She looks like she's trying to get you guys to spend money. Any which way she can possibly think about it, she's wanting you guys to spend money. And
Oh my god, that's easy.
whether that's actually entertaining you all, or whether that's actually like the drinks or things like that, she just wants you to spend money, and she's obvious about it because she's basically got her arm kind of pressed across the bar and has her dragonborn bosom sort of flashing right into Kaz's face.
Anya, my love. I'm whispering to her. Do we have some spare money that we could rent out a room here?
Plenty.
Wonderful. And enough to also hire the services of one of the ladies. I have an idea.
Oh, do tell.
We prepare a room for our special guests. The one we're looking for. We have a name after all.
That we do. I say we go for it.
We'll just politely inform him that, he's got 3 special ladies waiting all for him.
Let's go for it.
I'm going... Uh-huh. I'm gonna go, saunter on over. And, pull my arms, over onto Kaz's shoulders and just kind of pull myself into the conversation. Oh my god! Here you are! I was wondering when you'd be around, honey. It's been ages. Gosh. Have the boys been bothering you? I'm so sorry, mistress. It was not our intention at all to cause any trouble. But you know where they are. They're exploratory, at best.
Vanya's right behind her and just kind of grabbing onto one of his arms.
You know these 3? Then.
Know them? Well, we've spent plenty of nights together.
Good, because I can put it on a group tab.
Oh, that would be lovely. We also have one more included in our party, but he hasn't shown up yet. If a Mr. Johnson happens to stop by, could you go ahead and let him know that well, some lovely ladies are waiting for him in his special room.
You're not my employees. I know my girls.
No.
And I don't rent rooms. You pay
But
for
you
time
rent your
with them.
girls.
You pay them.
We'll pay ahead. How much?
What is it you're after?
I just want to get my hands on one very particular gentleman. He's had my eyes for ages.
Then you can do so outside of my establishment. You're not going to swoop in here and start stealing money from my girls.
I never said I was going to steal money, ma'am.
Soliciting yourself in my home?
You're misunderstanding. I'm saying I wanted to rent services for an orgy. How much more do I have to point it out? God's forsaken. Are you daft?
Deception check.
I'm gonna assist
How are you assisting?
in this.
You're not actually saying anything.
Yeah. He kind of manages to center himself for a moment. He's like, this one here, I do know her. She can tend to be a fan of multiple partners at the same time, kind of deal. I don't get it too much myself, but she is wonderful company, and I do
Obviously.
just wish to make her happy.
I see.
And
She's
it's
already
just
offered
another
to
point of another point of taking money from your girls. No, not at all. We wish to pay you and your establishment for the privilege of this access and doing this.
Deception check.
Is it an advantage?
At advantage, Arya.
Yeah. I love that advantage. Okay. First one is 18 plus 4. Second one is 13 plus 4. I'll take the 18 plus 4 for a total of 22, please and thank you.
All right, darling. An hour, 2, 8.
Let's even it. Somewhere at around... coffee, what time is it now?
It's probably about 7 in the evening.
7 in the evening. Jean Valjean was seen at this location at one time.
In the evening after dark?
Mm-hmm. I changed his name to Jean Valjean. Val John L. Johnson.
Okay.
Come
So-
on, man. What is the resource expectation here? How many hours?
Well,
Let's just do the night. We got 35,000 gold recently. Let's just do the night and be done with it. Please, in the
Okay, the
love
whole
of God.
The whole night would be wonderful. I'd like to wake up in a pile of bodies. Thank you.
my, aren't you forward?
I told you.
That's why she's such a catch.
All right. The 5 of you, for the night, with my lucky little girls. Well, and boys, because there are gentlemen among us too. All night?
All night.
Let's see. Typically, they would charge somewhere between 50 an hour. Now, if you're looking for high-end, which I recommend, by high-end girls, you're going to want Jasmine. And Jasmine has the stamina of a horse. And so, she doesn't come cheap. So, you're going to likely be spending, I don't know, 500 gold for her time all night. Basically locking her out of any other clients.
How much do we have, Vanya?
Oh, just over 7 grand.
Give her 1,000.
Got some
Arya is not so
good.
subtly trying to pay for the damages preemptively, whatever will transpire.
She is providing pretty exclusive service. Call it a premium markup for.
Well, she does typically, when it comes to a group, like to invite Mikhail to go along with her, so he'll be joining as well.
Oh. How wonderful.
He
This certainly
bites.
is a group. I hope so. I
Have
wasn't
fun.
expecting it.
He bites?
Yes, darling.
Some of us bite back.
Ah, and once again, we do have another in the party. Do you need me to provide the name?
You said Johnson, yes?
Johnson.
Why is he
Yes.
not here with you now?
Work.
Oh, such a shame.
I know. Can't party like the rest of us.
If he swings by, then maybe I'll swing him my way.
Please do.
Have fun.
We will take the room.
Which you are led to Jasmine's room, where you see Jasmine, a lovely, very tan land elf, very tall, sort of long dark hair. She's already dressed in nothing. And Mikhail, who is the same but male, almost like they're twins. Maybe it's a ruse, maybe it isn't.
Arya's gonna pull out her harp, and she's like, "So, have any of you ever heard the song Bard's Tale?" Pull out a deck of cards. Let's go ahead and have some fun. We got a lot of time to
Arya.
waste.
Aria, no. Aria,
I'm not
you
actually
don't.
doing this. I'm not
Arya,
going to do this.
Aria, you dug yourself into this hole. You're gonna get us out of it, or so help me.
They start sauntering over towards you, Arya, and delicately take your harp away and start.
Yep. And Cass is just gonna guide Aria forward into their arms.
Pineapple!
No.
Pineapple!
Lagon will start playing his pan flute to the tune that Arya has just requested if they know.
Someone use a sleep spell, please!
Cass goes, Vanya, go with her. Vanya, go.
I'm on
Vanya,
it,
Vanya.
I'm on it.
and Cass,
No,
Kaz?
to make this better, Vanya's gonna reach out and grab Kaz and pull him with her.
Oh, well,
Oh my God.
Jasmine was just about to do that too, but you know.
well, just before that happens, Cass just grips Alira by both shoulders, just like, look, I need you to listen to me very carefully. You're gonna see some things, and it's gonna be... You're gonna see some things, and that's all that needs to be said about it. We'll talk later. Okay, I guess I'm just admitting myself to this, and that's internally. And he's just gonna... as soon as Jasmine touches, she's like, right, I guess I'm just gonna have to go and do this now. Resigned.
Lagon, Alira, 3 of your friends have just been dragged into a room that's very dimly lit
Lagon
by
is
some very
playing,
beautiful elves.
Lagon is playing the pan flute to Bard's Tale that
Oh,
Arya
I thought
has
you
just
said
asked.
pants flute. I'm like, no.
Pan flute.
Oh, okay. Given the situation, I'm like,
No,
Look,
pan
look,
flute.
Look, either way, someone's
my
gonna be blowing
God.
notes on a magic flute tonight.
This is a joke on me for the whole reverse psychology thing back at the desert camp, isn't it?
Yes. Yes,
No.
indeed.
No!
Unintentionally, but yes.
Yeah. If you think that I had any sense of planning any of this, no. If anything, this is Lagarde's fault for getting caught scaling the side of the fucking building. You're a giant kid in plate armor. Half plate armor. I think that's what the Deathwalker's mantle is. It doesn't
Plate
Yes.
matter. It's plate. Okay. You're a giant kid, easily head and shoulders above just about anyone that's in this damn city. And you got caught climbing the building. So no, this isn't getting back at you, Derek. This is Lagarde's fault.
I'd like to roll a persuasion check to not actually hook up with the brothel worker.
Okay.
They're absolutely going to mind.
Okay, literally
mind-
just like plays the music, plays cards with them, and they're like, "What is going on here?"
You've logged our time for this.
It's complicated. I don't want to have to explain it. Look, it's a situation. It's an ordeal. Thank you so
actually
much for
like
playing
my
along with
job.
this.
You're keeping me from actually doing it, sweetheart.
Well, you can actually do it if you want to. I'm over here doing my own thing.
Oh, okay. What about you, sweetie? She looks at Kaz.
Go get him, tiger. Dragon. Fuck.
Mikhail and Mikhail, they're elves, right?
Yep. They look very similar, but they're maybe related, maybe
it's-
not.
Is it safe to say? Is it safe to say that is it safe to say that they probably don't speak Draconic? They have a Dragonborn matron, so I don't know.
That's a tricky one. That's a toss-up. So I'm gonna say high or low.
Hi. And I hope that you get my dice rolls and not yours.
Okay. You have no reason to believe that they know Draconic.
Yeah. So there is a murmuring very quietly in Draconic. Probably quiet enough that not even they can hear, but it's basically an affirmation to himself of, yeah, Arya and I are gonna speak about this later, and him giving her a look of like, you bitch. This is gonna be difficult because, you know, I have chains infused into my skin.
Ari just shrugs. That's your problem.
That's not an outward say, but Kazi is gonna do the thing. It's just like, mind the what you're about to see.
It's nothing
Because
I
it's
haven't
not
seen
because-
before, hun.
Trust me. And as he undresses, yeah, there's the chains embedded in his skin. Although, luckily, because of the way that it's all set up, it's not messy. So, you know,
No. It just
it's a
looks
pretty
like...
clean fusion altogether,
Yeah.
but it is still strange. It's like, just as a note, I can't remove them, so they're just gonna stay,
Oh,
I'm gonna keep the harness on.
well, we each have our curses to bear, and yours just happens to have...
Be a pair of swords infused into my skin, yes!
Oh, you can do a lot with that.
Yeah,
But,
yeah.
suffice it to say, we can
I'm
fade
gonna,
to, fade to black with all that.
I'm gonna put out for those two, and to make sure that everything's okay, it's gonna be both of them at the same time.
Alright. Well,
If I need to roll a performance check, please tell me now.
well, it's only a couple of hours in that that the waiting, you get to about the time that you're supposed to expect Johnson to arrive in some kind of fashion. And while Kaz is occupying your prostitutes.
I'm in an elf sandwich.
While he is occupying their time, you all can, come and go in the room as you please. And eventually you do hear a knocking on the door.
Vanya will go over and take a peek out.
And it's the matron. You all wanted to know when Johnson arrived.
Mm-hmm.
He's downstairs in the bar. I expect to be handsomely paid myself for this. I don't give away client information. But you all seem to have a really, really eager wish to see him for some reason. And I'm not above being paid for that.
From in the middle of the elf sandwich, Kaz is gonna be like he's just gonna look at Aria like, please pay the woman. Just pay her. Please.
You know what? Vanya's gonna hand her another 1,000. Why not?
Thank you, sweetie. He's the one with the sort of blonde ponytail. He's human.
She's gonna look back in. Aria, you wanna join me?
Oh, yes, yes. I've been waiting for this moment all night.
Let's go see if we can entice our new little friend up here.
Alright, two of you go downstairs. You see that he is watching the burlesque performance going on in the theater room downstairs, minding his own cup of wine.
Okay, wonderful. I'm going to go ahead and slide up next to him and just like come up behind him, start massaging his shoulders. Oh, Mr. Johnson.
Who are you?
I am a friend. I wanted to let you know that you have a room specially waiting for you. Highest end duo that we can get here. Consider it a gift for all of your hard work.
He kind of looks at both you and Vanya. Make a deception check.
God. I'm in pain.
More in pain.
I was just... Shut the fuck up, alright? I'm not talking about my cock.
Neither am I!
Okay. 17 plus 4 is 21 for fun.
Okay. He kind of looks between you two, but then kind of relaxes because you caught him off guard with the whole touching of his shoulders.
As a note, coffee beforehand. Does he have anywhere on his person the insignia of the cult?
Not visible, no.
Not visible. Great. Hey, is there a subtle way that I can cast detect magic? Because apparently I can do that as a paladin, part paladin.
Is it vocal only?
Let me look at vocal and somatic.
So you do have to
Somatic
do
is
hand
me giving him a
emotions, and you do have to mutter
do you
something.
have-
shoulder massage.
Do you have subtle spell?
Do I have what?
Subtle spell, the meta magic.
Shit, do I? Hold on. I might.
Because if you do, then you can spend a sorcery point and forgo the components.
Transmuted, I have twins. I have... Where's the other two? Where's the other two, damn it? Where are they?
They would be the ones you've picked. They should be in the same place.
I have heightened and quickened, not subtle spell.
So you do have to mutter words, and you do have to make hand motions. So that's going to be another deception check if you're being sneaky about it.
All right.
Vanya will come over just so I can give assistance with this and take over rubbing his shoulders from Arya to keep him
Oh, he
distracted.
doesn't want you to touch him anymore.
Okay.
He's made that clear.
Fair
Okay. That one's gonna be 13 total. I got
Okay.
a 9 on it.
You feel confident that you are unseen when casting your spell.
Jesus.
When you detect magic, there's something faint. Maybe not the item is magical, but maybe had magic cast on it at one point? A residue of some kind. But it's
Detect
hidden.
magic does not...
It's hidden.
Oh, and... Hold on. And you learn at School of Magic, if any. This hidden effect. How hidden? Because detect magic can penetrate most barriers, but is blocked by 1 foot of stone, 1 inch of common metal, or a thin sheet of lead, or 3 feet of wood or dirt.
It's only hidden by
Specify
clothing.
for any place.
Yeah, so it's
Okay, so
visible.
it's-
It's visible to you.
It's visible to me.
In that,
What is the School of Magic?
if it has,
Since it's really just a residue. That's a very good question. I would say that there's not enough magical essence left to learn a school. But you do know where it is. It is on his belt.
This is a terrible circumstance. This does not help my situation at all. I was really hoping it was a necklace.
we'll see. We'll see it when. We'll see it when you get him into the room and we basically ambush him, because hopefully now that I know that he's there, probably would have finished up at least my round with the.
You need to be the one to take off the belt, please, God. I don't want to touch.
You know what? You fucking better. You're the one who got us into this mess. You fucking better take responsibility and at least help out with your hands.
I am.
I'm taking it from both ends here.
It's just got so silly.
That's a you problem. That's a you problem.
Because you got me into this mess. I'm taking it from both ends. The least you could do is use your head, you stingy bitch.
Wow.
Somebody turn that man's cranked because he's getting spit roasted, apparently.
I fucking can't.
Holy shit.
I hope that's like semi in character, semi out of character. That's not me having to go at you, Specs. This is wonderful. I just want to make that clear.
I'm sorry, I've been silent for damn near an hour. I had to get the line in there at some point, and that's the
No,
only
please
thing relevant, because at this point, like, legitimately, Alira has no idea what this place is, what's going on, and is just standing in abject confusion, trying not to interrupt any
intervene.
further.
Alira has
Dear
just checked
freaking
out.
God.
Yeah, she's just gone. She's minding her own business.
To add to her confusion, she's probably next to Lagan, who is playing the pan flute that she thinks he said pants flute. So
What the
she's extremely confused.
This is the worst
giving it
Brothel episode ever.
I'm giving it the hot tour. It's your fault, Specs.
Okay, if I have his intrigue, I'm gonna lead him back to the room.
You lead him back to the room. And
lead him back to the room, shut the door behind, and I'm like, this is the perfect time. I'm sure you have some questions. So do I.
Kaz has thankfully got his pants back on, but the two elves don't.
Seeing that the two elves don't, I'm not even gonna bother. I'm just gonna let it happen. Why don't you indulge? Go ahead.
Well, this is not why I'm here. We've got this. There's some kind of mistake.
Kaz will make a gesture to Lagan, silently, give him a look, block the door. After he's inside, he's block the door.
Oh. Oh, I was... What is this all about? I'm not here for them, he says.
Oh.
What are you here for then?
I'm here
He
for
hears
the
from
show
behind him.
downstairs.
But you have such beautiful company sitting across from you, in Jasmine and Mikhail.
I'm married. I'm hands off.
What's the show? We were never informed of a show.
I have shows downstairs. You pass the theater as you walk in.
Coffee, this is very... Did I miss something here?
Yes.
Was this information ever given?
Yes, it was.
Yes.
Why am I fucking stupid?
No. Specs, stop it. You wanna know why? This is better. We run with this fuck up. We're rolling downhill and the snowball's just getting bigger. So, now that that's already happened, let's just make the snowball as big as we possibly can to make the biggest boom at the bottom.
Why are your garbs different than the rest of the guards? Why are they brown? What is your rank?
Rank? I'm not military.
Then why does your clothing denote military?
Because it's red? I don't know where the mix-up came from.
Coffee, do we have the wrong guy?
No. But you might have gotten the wrong idea about what he's dressed in. He's not dressed in one of those robes.
He's just dressed in brown.
I never made that very
Red.
clear. I didn't make that very clear. That was my fault.
Okay, coffee.
Mm.
In my post-night clarity, can I suss this guy out, please?
Yes, insight him.
Thank you. And the gods reward me with a natural 20 for my sins.
He is not military. He's not wearing the garb that you were looking for. However, there is something hidden on his belt. You can see it. You see the slight indentation of maybe some kind of medallion hanging from his belt.
Carlos is gonna perform a little magic trick. A sleight of hand, if you will. Take it from his belt. With his blinding speed. And a sleight of hand check if I need to.
I knew you were going to be the one to do something to his belt first.
You don't need to do a sleight of hand check. You're perfectly fine. He's caught off guard and he's not sure what's going on. But as soon as you start to grab for his belt, he does try to shy away from you, but you're fast enough that you pull the thing straight from underneath the sort of tunic that he's wearing, and it's a medallion, and it's a one-eyed skull.
There it is!
Like,
oh my god. Okay, I am free to leave now. That is all I needed.
Well,
bingo.
Wait. Hold on. He pointed at Arya. You said that this was some kind of thing going on here that was...
And it is. But here's what's going to happen. And he holds up the medallion. You're going to tell us everything you know.
Or what? You're gonna set the guards on me?
No.
Because that's what they've done to every other person.
No. What awaits you is far worse. And we don't want it to get to that point. You speak, and we let you go. On one condition. You talk, and after we've finished our little conversation, you never saw us. You make a mention, and we will come for you.
I make a mention the guards are coming for me, so what? I'm backed into a corner here, pal.
Then it's probably in your best. Then it's probably in your best interest that you acquiesce.
He just sits down in a chair and sighs. Jasmine and Mikhail look a little confused.
Cars will turn to the both of them and just be like, apologies, you two.
We can leave.
No. Stay. We did pay for your time, and we'll make sure that you get to do your jobs. Make no mistake. It's just a little additional business need occur first. That's all.
Right. We don't mingle with cultists.
Oh, exactly. That is exactly why we're here. To root them out. Bit of a sting, you see.
Okay.
So, no, you needn't mingle with the cultist. We're gonna get the information from him, and then he's going to leave. And he's not going to say a word. Because the guards will jump him. Isn't that right, Mr. Johnson?
Like I said, just like they've done to anyone of any religious
then I suggest you start talking.
Give me a minute to actually catch my bearings, alright? I'm flustered. All of this is just... It's a lot happening at once.
That's what happens when you get caught up in a sting, yes. But,
Mm-hmm.
he's gonna look around and it's like... A thought crosses his mind for a second. Of like, showing Alira what this place is actually about. I mean, she's seen, but she could experience as well. Where it's like, maybe I shouldn't do that. And instead, his eyes are gonna tick to Vanya. I just feel like, Vanya,
It's my turn, isn't it?
yes, it is.
Very well.
We're gonna keep the escorts busy by at least having one of us going around them at all times whilst we do this interrogation. We paid for that time. It's gonna get used because then they don't have any complaints. It's awful, but it works.
Well,
Vanya knew this getting into the plan with Arya, so.
alright. Well, we'll be right back, everyone, because I do need to fix some things on the OBS here. So give me just a second, we'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to Rebirth, a D&D tale. Where we had left off, Kaz had decided that he was going to lead the conversation with our dear friend cultist, Mr. Johnson. Alira is present, but befuddled by the goings-on of the room. Lagon, since Arya is no longer playing cards with him, has taken to playing cards by himself. And Vanya and Arya have taken it upon themselves to entertain the two very dusky-skinned elves that they have paid for their time. So, while the entertainment in the room is going on in the background, Kaz, you are questioning this individual. He's more or less caught his bearings, but he's also trying not to be distracted by the goings-on of the room. So he has taken the chair and posted to where his back is turned to them. And he's looking at you, holding his medallion.
So,
What do you want to know?
you're meeting up someone for congregation, I would imagine. Where?
Secret. Any place secret, really. Switches from place to place, from time to time. It's... especially with all of the findings of the guards, and with everything so...
Yeah, I would assume those communiques are getting to you somehow. Do you have the latest? Because trust me, without our intervention, the guards are only going to get worse.
They're searching for anyone, really. If you worship Palor or Melora or...
Anyone, yes. They're getting very staunchly heavy on the, anti-religion side of things.
anything that even looks remotely like it.
Yes, because there is a cult running around that's trying to revive a dead god.
He's not dead. He's not a dead god. Gods don't die.
No, they just slumber, but this really isn't. It should wake up. So...
The Raven Queen is a usurper, and we just before her.
I'm gonna level with you a second. Do you know why revolution happens, Mr. Johnson?
When a group of individuals doesn't like what's going on. Terrorists.
It happens in response to tyranny, Mr. Johnson. It happens in response to oppression. Do you think people revolt for no reason? For a lark? Do you think that people put their lives on the line to see change happen? Just to see change happen? There are some who will, mind you. There are some who just want to watch the world burn. But for most men and women, they have lives to think about. Families, businesses, livelihoods. And they put it all on the line to see this change through. Why?
Because the world isn't right.
No, it's not. So why do you think this god was usurped? Why do you think that happened in the first place? Had you given it even a moment of thought? Do you know what this god might be like?
Yes.
Do you think he will usher you onto some paradise? Because, trust me when I tell you, the three that are forgotten and laid to rest are that way for a very good reason. I would know.
Better oblivion than some fake paradise.
You don't know what oblivion is.
I do.
You
though.
think you do. No, you think you do. You don't. Because you can't fathom it. You can't fathom that level of emptiness. No one can. Not unless they see it with their own eyes. And those who do, don't come back the same. So here's what you're going to do. You're going to give me the communique for the latest meeting. And this is going to end. Because if your god wakes up, millions die. Untold millions.
The world must be reborn.
Yeah, and he ain't the way to do it. None of the three are. You know, you should be lucky that, 'cause, you know, I know the stories. I think, given... Coffee, given the Gem Dragonborn's pretty deep kind of, like, hatred for Tharisdan, that, and of course his own travels, that Kars would be pretty aware of the dark triad of sleeping gods.
Yes.
As it's what Asmodeus, Vector, and Vecna and Thorisdan, right?
And the let's see. Let me actually look. It was
Greatest.
no, not
Vecna.
Draedith.
Oh,
No,
sorry.
it's Zahir, Asmodeus, and Tharsdun. And the Whispered One was crafted by one of them as a ruler of death.
Yeah. So.
Simply called death.
Yeah, so you cut out there for a second. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so Zahir, Asmodeus, and Tharizdun is the one who created death, the death of everything. Everything that lives dies because of Tharizdun.
But of course, the symbology isn't a Tharizdun. Someone else.
It is death. The Whispered One.
See, I know a thing or two about the Whispered One. You see me, see my scales, see what color they are, their luster, their shine.
Purple.
Amethyst. I know a thing or two about your Whispered One. Because my kind has a very long history with his creator. You don't know what oblivion is. And trust me, you don't wanna know what oblivion
It's perfection, and you can't accept it.
It's not perfect. It is an inevitability. Yes, all things will inevitably turn there. But the perfection is in the cycle. A cycle that was broken. It's not quite ready to be restored just yet. Still things to do, places to see, events to happen. So,
You will never
You're going-
understand that this life is oppression. This life is suffering. This life, this existence, this cycle.
yes, it is. Life is suffering. We are born, we live, we suffer, we die. The beauty is in that journey, from life to death. The fragments of happiness that we collect for ourselves, hold close, and perhaps shelter each other from the storm that rages on around us. To die peacefully. To die, dare I say, happy. Content with a life lived, with actions done.
Only to be recycled.
Oblivion. To be reborn, and to do it again, and again, and again, and again. But it's not time for the end. The end has its place, and that's not now. And the fact that you seek to hasten that end, an end that you could not possibly understand, makes you, Mr. Johnson, completely batshit insane. So, here's what you're going to do. You're going to provide me the communique for the latest meeting. And this ends. Not because of some religious difference, but because of the fact that those people do not deserve to die. Not for your beliefs, not for mine. They should have a choice of where their lives are, how they spend them. And you would take that choice from them. And that is a sin most grave.
Like I said, you would never get it.
It's either
If you
this or the
want-
god.
If you want the communique about where we're meeting next, then I want something in return.
Fine.
Allow me my oblivion. Not to be recycled by the Raven Queen or Weejass or whoever else would have me and keep me as their pet.
If you think that's how it is, you're very blind. But, as you wish. He places the medallion in Mr. Johnson's palm and kind of yanks him up to his feet. Let's have a chat outside. I'll be back. He says to the room, basically guiding them out. He slipped on his robes kind of loosely.
Okay. And it's just Kaz going out with him?
No. Lagan would quit his card game, put on his tunic and trousers, and walk out as well.
Okay. Alira, what about you?
No, I will not be joining
Okay. So just
the Dominion of the Soul, where one goes, has never been in the hands of mortals to decide. Doing otherwise is simply trying to unravel oneself from the strands of fate that we all do share. It's like a gnat trying to unweave its way from a web. It thrashes ever poetically, but it's a futile effort nevertheless. And the want for finding oblivion, the only thing he'll end up finding is his own devouring god.
Kaz and Lagan, you both walk outside with Mr. Johnson. Alright. There. And he'll kind of give you an idea of where the next meeting place is. It's some warehouse kind of at the base of the city. In the sort of poorer districts, the sort of the slums, as it were, and a building that's been abandoned for years, but nobody's torn down. It's unsafe typically, and that's where the most recent meeting is going to be.
Well,
in 3 days.
You are going to make sure that we get into this meeting unobstructed.
You said that you wanted the meeting place. You didn't say that before. Now you're changing the deal.
I didn't say that. I'm not the one saying it now.
I never agreed to anything. I don't know what deal you thought we had. I heard no deals.
I made a deal with him, and he points to Kaz.
I am not privy to such deals. I am not aware of the details, and I am telling you now. If you want your oblivion, you are going to make sure in 3 days we make it into this meeting unchallenged.
Just like the creators changing everything so that we don't get what we need, what we want.
What would you know
You
about what
rarely
it is
ever
that you
get
want?
what you want.
Well, I suppose the better question is, how do you even know what it is? Most people wander through this world blind.
My eyes have been opened.
To nothing. Literally.
But it is pure. It is
Sure.
salvation.
No. You simply live under the wing of a thirsting god until it to eat you. Nothing more, nothing less.
And how would you know such a thing? You don't follow any kind of god. You carry the colors of Tiamat.
Tiamat. Do I look like a chromatic dragonborn to you?
You wear chromatics.
Sure. I've studied the way that they fight. But I am a child of Sardior, not Tiamat. And again, my kind have a bit of a history with the concept of oblivion.
Just can't accept it.
It's not about acceptance. This acceptance, it will come someday. That's the thing you're not getting. But we're in no rush. You, on the other hand, you want to run there at record speed. And for what?
To end the tyranny of the so-called creators.
What tyranny? Tell me, what have they done to you?
They've put us in this cycle and made it the plaything of our existence.
Oh no, the cycle was fine. Our forebears, their creation, screwed with that cycle.
Or so the texts say.
The only blame that can be levied for why the world is as screwed up as it is today is on those who came directly before us. Not those who created them, those who came before. And my friend and I, he's Giantkin, I'm Dragonkin. We know these things all too well. I'm not sure how aware he is of his bear the sins of my ancestors every single day of my life. And I do so because I'm better than them.
Well,
every step that I take, every action that I do, I prove it that I'm better than them.
if you haven't noticed, every one of my kin has it carved into their skins.
I didn't want to speak on it too much. It's about the one I haven't researched out of respect. I am an outsider to your culture.
You are very fluent in our language. However, sir, and Lagan is going to put his hand on Mr. Johnson, and with his hand in his pocket, holding a bag of 100 diamond dust, cast Greater Restoration.
Okay. Greater Restoration is cast.
So, magically remove any one of the following effects: exhaustion, charmed petrified, curse, target's attunement to a cursed magic item, reduction to one target's ability scores, any reduction to the target's hit point maximum would be the effects that could.
You feel the healing energies rolling through you into him. There's nothing to be released.
It's indoctrination.
Given the magic item, the nature of the magic item and how Lagan thinks, it probably started with a curse, but at this point the curse has taken effect and the indoctrination that's why the magic is so low and can't.
Oh, you're talking about
the
medallion I don't
Yeah.
I don't think he was cursed. I think it was just indoctrination, and that little magical marker is just a way of identifying because
Like
of
a
the
holy
fact that
symbol,
it is
almost.
like a holy symbol.
Okay, gotcha.
But cars kind of and you don't want to admit that you want to shift the blame upwards, which is fair. If I was ignorant, I'd do the same thing. You say that I don't know. No, you don't know. Not even the half of it.
There's no point in debating it with you then. Am I free to go to my missus? She's likely worried about me now.
Cause kind of looks down before he places a single kind of clawed finger to Mr. Johnson's chest and murmurs something in Draconic. There's no real magic behind it, but there is intent. It's a old Draconic ritual when they mark someone for death. We will meet back here in 3 days. We will go to that meeting, and as soon as you have gotten us inside, you will have what you seek. You have my word.
Says the man who doesn't even believe in oblivion.
I never said I didn't believe in oblivion. I said I didn't believe in hastening its return.
We'll see. And he starts to walk off.
Oh, and as a note, if you say a word, I will find you and I will kill you. But you won't be going to see him. I'll make sure that you stand at the foot of the Raven and answer. Every last little bit.
As Kaz says this, Lagan is going to put his hand on the guy again and cast Contagion.
Oh, contagion.
Yeah.
I believe that's a saving throw.
Yes, it is. Constitution.
That's a 5.
That's not gonna work. I am sorry. You are now poisoned. You're gonna have to succeed on 3 saving throws to no longer be poisoned.
Is that per turn or is that something different?
No, at the end of each turn.
End of each turn.
Yeah.
He starts to double over, feeling real extremely nauseous. What the fuck did you do to me?
This is to make sure you return.
He vomits. Clear in the street. And you said that I'm the one who worships a tyrant.
I don't worship a tyrant. You do worship tyrants. I am just ensuring that you keep to your word.
That's a 14. Does not
That
succeed.
still does not succeed. No,
Nope.
you gotta make 17.
He's doubled over sick. He's not walking anywhere.
Okay. If he has failed 3 saves,
Mm-hmm.
let's see. I have to roll. What is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have to roll a d6. Natural disease is target any of. Okay, so on the fail, the target is no longer poisoned, but is now diseased from one of these. So he may have been puking, but he is no longer poisoned and is now diseased for the next 7 days with blinding sickness. Pain grips the creature's mind. Its eyes turn milky white. The creature has disadvantage on wisdom checks and wisdom saving throws and is blinded.
Oh.
You blinded the guy?
Okay, it's either blinding, filth rot, or filth fever, flesh rot, mind fire, seizure, or slimy doom. I rolled a d6. It was blinding sickness.
And you see that his eyes go milky white, and he's feeling around on the ground. Oh God. Oh, I can't see. I can't see. What did you do to me?
Cars are slow turning to Lagan, like.
He's screaming out, "Help! Help!"
And I put my hand over his mouth. This is not going to go away until you do what you have told us you will do. Get us what we need. I will remove and make whole again.
He's scream muffling into your hand.
Cars is going back inside. He wants nothing to do with this.
Are you going to keep your word?
You see the tears are starting to run down his eyes. But he's still gagged by your hand, so he can't say anything, but he kind of gives a shake of a nod.
Right. As he does. Huh. I will cast Luster Restoration, and his sight will return. He is no longer diseased. That is just a taste of what you are looking for, and the torments that will come once you resurrect things that should have been better left asleep.
You're a monster. He starts to run.
I go back into the room.
Just as a couple of guards are kind of rounding the corner, having heard the screams.
Cars has already gone back inside.
Yep.
he went back inside. Well, Lagan. He's just like, hot.
All right. Well, Lagan, they don't see anything. They don't see anything unusual anymore, so they're walking away, but you walk back inside.
I'm walking back in and going back up to the room.
Okay.
I'm paying them no mind. I know they're coming. I hear them. I'm just a patron walking into the brothel.
Walk back into the room. The rest of your comrades are there.
I am going to get all of my clothes, completely dress, and then go back out.
Kaz, what's going through your mind right now? As you see him come back in, put all his armor and clothing back on, and go back out.
Carls is concerned. Very concerned. Like, it's written all over his face. A deal in word was enough. And Lagan just blinded the guy. Afflicted him with a disease. Frankly, Carlos was just gonna kill him. Give him what he wanted. Maybe with the blades, maybe not. If it wasn't with the blades, it's very likely he may have ended up going to the Queen instead. And that would be his punishment. We're gonna get more out of him. People are gonna start asking questions. I'm good about that. Gonna have to talk with Anya and Arya about this. Lyra as well. Maybe she has some insight. Don't know if I really want to burden her with something like that, but
All of which are present in the room. Lagan's the only one who's left.
we have other things to do at the moment. We paid for it.
Well, it can wait until after the session is done, and a couple of hours later, everyone's knackered. Your two elf friends have all but fallen asleep. And leaving Kaz, Arya, and Alira, and Vanya in the room. Lagan, have you come back by now?
Depends on how long it took to do what I was doing.
What you intended to do?
When I go back out, I go into that alley.
Voice, and then you didn't.
Mm-hmm.
Is it back now?
Yep, here.
Yep.
Okay. So when Lagan goes back out, he goes back out into the alley, and then he casts locate creature, locating the man to make sure he's going home.
And the range on that is?
Just a second. Locate. Go. Just had it.
I think it's 1,000 feet, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
I think by this point he's outside of your range.
Okay. But I can continue to cast that and move in the direction that he ran.
Given that this particular brothel is in one of the poorer districts near the docks.
Oh, okay. So he's. If
and
I
the,
hadn't.
And the city itself is several miles wide. You
Well,
can
that's
live
why I'm
across
trying
town.
to. That's why I'm trying to follow him now, when it's fresher.
High or low?
Low.
Nope. You lost him.
Okay, too late. Got it. Took too long.
Yeah, because putting on heavy plate does take 10 minutes. Even half
Yeah.
plate.
Half
Thought
is
it was
5.
20 for full.
5. Yeah. 5 minutes, but
Okay.
5 minutes was, even then, that's too long. He could have gotten back home and taken a carriage taxi or something of that sort to get himself across town.
Well, he could have run to the guards
Or that.
by now. So, he could have done anything. Well, Lagan will go back up,
Okay. So you're really only
figuring
out there
that
for
only
a couple
took
minutes.
maybe, yeah, no more than 10-15 minutes, and return to the room.
Okay. So you all have plenty of time to partake and not partake as you see fit. A couple of hours later, your friends have all but tired themselves out. They're falling asleep on the bed, and the rest of you, they have said you have free range to do whatever you'd like. Just clean up after you're done. They're going to sleep. But the rest of you are in the room with your sleeping friends, snoring rather loudly, actually.
Okay, fantastic. I want to go now. We got everything we need, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Good. Good.
Yeah, we got what we need.
Kind of sensing causes tone and put my head at him. Look over at the two sleeping, snoring elves and just gather my clothes very quickly. Very somewhat embarrassed about everything.
Vanya's following suit, just kind of at a calmer pace.
This is officially, I think, the third or fourth time I've seen half of everyone here naked. Almost everyone naked.
What was that again? My headphones cut out.
Arya's just like commenting, this is like the third or fourth time she's seen everyone naked. Almost everyone. And she's just gonna get dressed and she's gonna get ready to go. She's done. She doesn't want to be here anymore.
Fair enough. Alright. So, Arya, Vanya, Nagan, Kaz, Alira, you all get your things ready to make of the rest of the night, which is probably around 1 a.m. by now. To find a tavern room is probably something that you would do, or to go to the boat since you are at the docks.
Boat would probably be faster.
The boat would probably be faster, that's for sure.
Yeah, let's go to the boat.
To your accommodations on the boat you go. Which is where the lovely ramen is at the moment.
And Zephyr.
And Zephyr. The babies.
Well, anyone that wanted to could stay here until morning as well. I mean, we did pay for the entire evening.
And they welcomed you to do so, but if everyone was done playing, then of course it was at your discretion to leave as you see fit.
Right. I was just saying.
I mean, to be fair, we had to wait like 4 or 5 hours, to be
Yeah.
fair, for him to show up. So we probably did spend the night, ish.
Ish.
Yeesh.
Okay. Yeah, no, I get it. All right, so yeah, we're going back to the boat.
Are y'all walking and chatting, or are you walking rather quietly with one another?
Walking and chatting, but I think at this point it's like miscellaneous small talk from Arya.
A little bit, yeah.
Possibly awkward conversation, random switches in the middle of conversation.
So next time, I think we should try the other thing. You know, the one that has all of the bumps on it? I think that would actually work a lot better than it. You seem to really like that, Vanya.
Well, I've always been a bit of an adventurous sort.
There are adventures and then there are adventures.
I feel like there's nothing but adventures between us.
And
Lucky
I
Sevens
enjoy
have
every
gotten
part of it.
lucky.
As a group.
I enjoy every bit of you.
Arya.
Hmm?
How did you get us into that mess?
You know, I was always with words. I'm not going to say that they were ever very well placed or good words, but always one with words.
And I remember a certain Dragonborn asking for help.
You didn't specify.
I shouldn't have had to!
The help you get is not always the help you're specifically wanting. Or even
Clearly!
needing.
Clearly!
Just what you get.
I mean, I just remembered, you know, Kurobe was offering you these little blue pills before, and I just figured I would go along with it. And...
No. No. No.
Turns out I was right. You are a bad boy.
I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna fucking kill him.
Or is it a bad dragon?
Arya. Vanya.
Yeah.
All I'm going to say is that you will receive your comeuppance. You for perpetuating it, he gestures to Arya, and you for aiding and abetting.
This is why you don't let us scheme together, honey.
If this was a scheme.
No, this was a series of events that left out of all of our controls. Because, yeah, and he gently places a hand on each of the lady's shoulders. Neither of you expected to get turned into the filling of an elf sandwich, now did you?
Considering how the conversation had been going,
Cannibalism is practiced in the surface.
Not Think of the visualization of a sandwich, Alira. Like a filling and 2 outer layers. Not necessarily food.
No.
I'm
Grind them
pretty
into pulp before you do so?
God. Okay, Alira, we have a lot to talk about.
The surface is far more brutal
I
than I
mean,
could have
I'm
imagined.
pretty sure part of
I
what
suspected you
happened
all of
to
being
this
savages
creature-
upon first notice, and at first my guard was dropped, but now...
No, Alira, that's not it. We'll have a chat about this later.
Are you going to make me a part of this elf sandwich?
You had the opportunity.
You
before
did have
we
the
left.
opportunity in the room.
They were
But-
enjoying the pleasantries of the flesh. There's no reason to execute them and consume their flesh.
That is
No.
the sandwich he was
Alira.
referring to, Alira.
Alira. Elf on the bottom.
2 elves.
Me in the middle. Elf on the top. Elf sandwich. Like visually sandwich, not
He's
food
the
sandwich.
filling of. They are the ends of bread. But
Oh. Is it common occurrence to hear breed with several mates in one city?
And it happens, and that place is kind of for that. It's not really breeding as it is for pleasure and hedonism. But
Seems like an awful waste.
not quite.
So they use the children of the procreation for the filling then?
No.
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 Everyone's shaking their
No.
head like, no, Alira. Dear God.
Probably the most horrifying
God, no,
look
no.
Blair has ever seen.
You
There's
set the
I
world's
think there's a
confused me.
euphemism for this.
that is what is referenced to up here as what an orgy. Multiple people, multiple partners, multiple pleasures. If you're into that thing, that's for you. If not, that whatever. You had the opportunity to become a part of it, but you just stood in the corner.
Because I was unsure if what the ritual was. No one bothered to explain anything.
Oh,
They
oh my
instead
dear.
I apologize. You
Hey,
go to
Bella,
this
God,
kind of places for pleasure. You pay for the time that you wish to spend with them. And when it's done,
Did I forget to
you're
pay the
done.
man over at the tips wench?
Everything. No, that is not. Not all acts are paid for, but in that place,
Hey,
those
coffee?
acts are.
As a heads up, there might be an issue with stream.
I'm on it already. Yeah. It might be cutting out. Yeah, I'm dropping frames pretty bad, but we can keep going. Yep. I'm recording, so.
Yeah. Good.
Right.
I just figured I'd bring it up.
When you go to that place, or those types of places, and pay for the pleasure, not all acts must be paid for. Some are just for the pleasure.
Like,
For
you
those
in
who
that
are unable
comment.
to appropriate a proper mate for their household? Sounds like a
Or in
skill issue.
addition to an excess of in a
in addition, there's many reasons why someone would go to a place like that. No, that what happened between you and that bar boy? Yeah, we'll go with bar boy. What happened between you and him was specifically a night of drunken hedonism and carousing that you both consented to together. That place, they do it for work. And so, like any worker, you pay them. Yes, people do that for work. Interesting. In fact, there are some very small sects of worship that do it as a religious experience,
Indeed.
as worship to their god. Usually goddess, but god. Whatever deity they worship. Actually, Lagan,
Yes.
Melora has that kind of practice every, doesn't she? At least from what I've
It-
read.
It is
Being
an
quiet
ancient
enough to make sure that
practice.
no one Greyoran is this conversation.
It is an ancient custom amongst many deities. It is not just goddesses, it is the gods as well. And it's usually around the spring equinox.
Yeah.
It is not purely just for procreation, it is for fun and in some instances ritual. And the practices are very old.
Yeah. There's a lot to learn on that front, and it's very, very different ethical implications as to all of that. It's not just specifically for procreation that we do it up here on the surface. As I'm sure you, Alira, will come to find out. Or have already find out, and will continue to find out further through your adventures with us, I'm sure. And before you ask, I'm not talking about in terms of lack of consent or anything like that. I'm talking about in terms of I didn't expect to be stuffed between two elves tonight. That could be you in the
No.
future.
She almost looks revolted at the idea.
Could be. Doesn't necessarily have to be, but could be.
Dealing with a cat.
Well, then there are those who, for whatever reason, have little to no modesty as well. So
Let's just start with the let's just start with the basics of how that works. Today's been a lot.
It has. It has. And Alira seems to just start walking even faster.
All right. You all make it back to the boat, find your accommodations. Are greeted by your animal companions in the method that they so lovingly dote upon you. Ramen takes a quick nibble of your arm, Alira, but then stops. Felix. My cat is being a button obnoxious.
Just like
It's like
Raven.
ramen.
Just like ramen.
mhm.
Look at this boy. He's annoying.
Baby.
He's a boy. But
Vanya. May I bring you up to the crow's nest with me?
Sure.
Yay. And Arya's just going to flash her wings and put her arm around Vanya's waist and bring her up to the crow's nest, and she's just gonna settle her there with her, pull her wings back, and looks up at the stars.
and the moon is very bright out too.
Perfect. Arya, from her bag, her side bag, she's gonna pull out blanket and just wrap the two of them up together.
She's just gonna pull her closer and hold her.
It's a date. That's it. Arya just wanted to do something cute before bed. That's it.
All right. Leaving the rest of you on the ship.
I imagine when Lagan gets back, he would feed both Ramen and Zephyr.
Happily, they devour down whatever you feed them.
Trying to at least get a little bit closer to Ramen without Ramen just turning and running away. Get Ramen a little more accustomed to having him, seeing how Zephyr's big, lovable fluff. Vanya's gone, so he's going to curl up and cuddle with at the moment for whoever will feed him. Probably imagine him rolling over for belly pats.
Oh, yes. He's a good dog. And Ramen's kind of mimicking him briefly for a moment, too.
Lagan will not reach out towards Ramen the same way. He doesn't want to take those claws or those fangs at this point.
Understandably so.
But still inching a little bit closer physically so that Ramen is a little bit more accustomed to his presence.
Okay. Anything else before we close out the night?
After a bit, Kaz is gonna go and join them. You need to have that chat with them in private anyway, and that's the best time to do it. We're just gonna spend a bonus action for Step of the Wind and pop one of the free uses of his Wings Unfurled to
join Vanya and Arya?
Yep.
So you're crashing in on their date. Great.
As intended.
As intended? Okay.
Well, I mean, they've seen him basically naked and sandwiched between two elves.
Yeah.
There is literally not an inch of this man that they have not seen.
Why is this already becoming a polycule in the strangest way?
But there you have it.
God damn it, Specs.
It is very cramped up here in the crow's nest.
It's okay, Kaz can, whilst those two are cuddling crow's nest, Kaz will probably be, like, perched on the edge of the crow's nest. Because he has the balance.
No, what the hell are you doing there? Come here. Arya's just gonna reach out, grab, and tug him in, so they're all, like, just laying in the crow's nest, looking up at the stars, cuddled together.
Yeah, Kaz's legs are probably, like, hanging on the edge of the crow's nest, laid over the two.
Oh.
Just like, Hut!
Be comfy with us. If you're going to be here, you might as well be comfy with us.
Exactly.
Okay. Look, I don't even know what to say. Things happened tonight.
Yes, a lot of things have happened tonight.
Hey, don't look at me. This is your fault. You caused this. You in particular. He gestures to Arya.
I am merely a vessel of chaos. It is nature of my way. I am the muse and the nymph. I accept the blame. She just gives him a proud grin. but did you dislike it?
Well, I mean, aside the part that happened when we went outside, no.
She furrows her eyebrows at him. What happened, by the way? Wait, what do you mean, except that part?
We know where the cult's gonna be meeting.
Oh, good.
In return, he wanted the oblivion that he was so seeking. Lagan kind of dressed him into a bit more and added some insurance I'm comfortable with. That dude's blind now, by the way.
Oh.
Blind.
Yeah. Yeah. Lagan, I saw him put some kind of affliction, touched him, and started vomiting, and then his eyes turned milky white, and he said he couldn't see. As if Lagan put a plague on him.
That's entirely new.
Right?
It's entirely disturbing is what it is. Like, look, if he wanted the oblivion so badly, I was just happy to kill him and put him out of his misery, but that's worse.
Lagan's got a hard side to him, but I've never known him to be that cruel.
So, I mean,
Yep.
given his faith, maybe it's just a little bit of zealotry shining through.
Maybe he's had it out for the cultists ever since, we found out about them in Combe.
I guarantee he has. If you think about it, he's been very forward about the fact that this is very personal of an endeavor for him. And I can tell really how his faith would be very leading purpose. He's never been one to be moderate.
Yeah, clearly. Yeah, look, let's be real. I'm not a soft kind of person, right? I literally had the blades that are fused into me drink thousands of souls from that flesh tree. So I get about everything about the will to see your vision done, but not like that. Not like
Cause you watched me torture someone too, you know? It might have been an undead someone, but by essence. I've done the same. If I could be the odd man out here, none of us can really stand on some higher moral grounds.
Oh, no. Don't get me wrong, this is not some kind of moral high ground to take here. It was just that particular punishment. When you tortured that... I forget, who exactly did Arya torture?
It was a vampire. Back in, I forgot the city, but
Yeah.
it
No,
was a
I know
while
who what
back.
you're talking about. The vampire.
I
The
wanted
difference
his
between
name to mark a grave. That's all.
yeah, the difference between what you did and what Lagan did is that you got what you wanted, and then you put him out of his misery. That was it. Sure, you put him under duress, but as soon as you had received what you wanted, you didn't let him walk away, limp away crippled, to face his death later.
I mean, I also stole Sam. Sam can't go home anymore. That's because of me too. She like peeks down over across the deck and sees that he's not really down there, probably over like in the cabins, but
Well,
To be fair, that was mostly all of our fault in that one.
I just
yeah, that's the thing. It's not a moral. It feels transgressive in a way that is confronting. Because, I mean, when it comes to moral dubious acts, none of us here can talk. To do what we believe we needed to do, we've all done pretty awful things. So I do want to make that clear. It's just... disturbing. That's all. It would have been
Why does it-
fine if it were... It would have been fine if... from compulsion, or... the tracker, or... some kind of... any other kind of insurance, but... blinding the man and seeing him feel around, realizing the horror that he can't see. Yeah.
I guess I can't necessarily deny there is something almost deific to take sights from someone or to arrest their voice, set fire to anything you want, to take the souls of thousands. We don't... I feel like for our cause, we don't really consider a lot of what it is that... maybe how those actions affect others.
Oh, I mean, it's not that I don't think about it, and I mean in terms of what I did. He kind of taps where the little bit of the chain that's kind of poking out of his arm. I feel that every second of every day since it's happened, and such as it will be until I free them. So I don't forget. I am that reminder. And it's not that I didn't think about it beforehand, it's... I don't know. Something sat wrong with me. But let's not think about it too much.
Maybe talk to Lagon about it. Because
That'd probably be the better
I feel
option.
like I feel like he would value your counsel. It's hard to get through to him. Sometimes he's a bit hard-headed, as are giants. But he wants... Fundamentally, he does try to do what's right, moral, according to patterns of his gods.
It's that's why I don't necessarily begrudge him why he did what he did. It's also why I didn't deck him right then and there in the street. It's more the specifics of what. I mean, torturing a vampire? They are already dead. The release from life in that case is, at the very least from our perspective, a mercy. What I did was to transfer the souls from one prison to another so that I'd be able to free them eventually. But what he did was simply to make assurance that this cultist got us into the meeting. Maybe that's it. Maybe it's proportionality. I don't know. I'll have a chat with him.
I would recommend it. But in the meantime, let's just start with house cows.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds...
In the meantime, is there anything Lagon or Alira would like to get up to before they call it a night?
Well, I thought that Cause wanted to end up having a discussion with Alira, but it sounds like he's already managed to voice everything that he wanted to do in the previous scene, so no sense in rehashing it.
There will be a discussion with that, but I also wanted to leave next session because I kind of want to think through Kaz's thought processes on it a bit more.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so that discussion will happen right now.
All right. Well, just as you're about to fall asleep, Alira, go into your trance for the night, as you only really need 4 hours before you need to be awake and fully functional, and can be awake and fully functional, given your elfish nature. But something interrupts you. Someone crawling in through the porthole window. What do you do?
I'll wait for them to end up crawling into the window. When they're halfway, she ends up speaking in Elvish. Can I help you?
This person looks up, wearing a hood, but it's a familiar face. It's Vanya's brother, Emerald. Oh. I did not realize this was an actual room.
Yep. Yes.
A room in the... I'm sorry. I was looking for Vanya.
Oh. Then why sneak through the porthole? Seems there are a lot of individuals being stuffed in a lot of holes this night.
What?
Nothing. Vanya's on board. Please. She grasps hold of his hand and starts to drag him, whether he likes it or not, out through the bowels of the ship.
Very awkwardly, he tumbles out through the porthole.
And as she ends up doing so, she brings him up into the moonlight. As I have no doubt that they two, if I recall, are perpetually in flight, and when they are not able to be found anywhere, they are in the crow's nest. To which a beautiful evening is interrupted by the words that every sibling absolutely hates to hear. Vanya, your brother's here!
If they're looking up, they just see her head come over the edge of the crow's nest.
Get dressed and have him here come meet you here down here.
Undressed.
Hi, Arya.
Hi, Illyria!
You know what? It's been a long night. You don't have to come down. I'm just going to bed.
We have a spot for him in this ship?
I'll make a place.
Yes, Vanya and Arya's cabins and bunks are available since they are not used. Apparently it causes as well if you were to look.
Yeah, I'm up here. He pokes his head
Oh,
down.
those are his scales. I thought it was the bad dragon they mentioned.
Please stop.
And I believe
Just hear him
that
crying.
is going to be a good place for us to call the session for the night. The Lucky Sevens will tuck into their bunks, and we will get right along to it. Now, OBS has been shitting the bed today. I can still hear you all, so you're fine. We have this for the recording. However, Twitch has lost us again. So,
My Twitch.
hi YouTube.
Hi, YouTube.
Hi, you two.
But yes. Well, since we are concluding the session for the night, so these Lucky Sevens will get their full rest, and then they will be off to Drakefast next time. But until then, we have some experience to dish out to our lovely players.
Yeah.
Everybody gets their 5 for showing up for the day. Woo!
Yay. Participation.
If my Roll20 will load, then I can dish out more because I forget how much I can give out. How much I should give out for today. There was a lot of canoodling going on today, so I'm going to say it's an additional 3. You did make some headway, but it was one of those minor sort of headways where you met a person and you got information. It's kind of but mostly just a very, very fun night between all of the characters. Except for Kurobe. Kurobe was absent through all of this.
Yes.
Kurobe missed all of it! That's okay. Kurobe
Might
already
have to
has
end
a
up
girlfriend.
borrowing Kaz's blue pills.
So, I was figuring the last time they loaded the ship, it took 3 days. We would have 3 days to fuck around and find out while we're here. So why not just, go
Do
for
the
it
thing.
all in one night?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well,
Now we have our 3
head
days.
was
then.
shaking through up a audience poll because there are still a few people hanging out in the chat.
okay.
So
Okay.
Yeah.
I just made it 2 minutes instead of the usual 5.
Yeah. 2 minutes is fine. So we'll also talk about roleplay prompts, which is who pushed their plot, who had our best scene, and who had our best line. Then, of course, the audience favorite, which we will learn as soon as Twitch is quit being a dingus. But who moved plot today?
I have done nothing but been a rambunctious piece of shit.
I'd have to end up saying. I'd have to end up saying that it has to go to the big guy.
Yeah.
If not for his inability to sneak into a fucking brothel's rooftop, 90% of what happened would not have happened. And so the whiplash of that going from hilarity in a brothel to pouring fucking bleach in a person who's like gone full nihilistic's eyeballs. Yeah, I think that deserves some recognition.
Yes.
Lagan, you were the
Lagan
also
Lagan
the
got it.
audience's favorite tonight. So,
Oh,
Congrats, Lagan.
Lagan,
thank you.
hauling it in.
all right. So that's
Wow.
one vote for Lagan. What else do you guys think?
Yeah,
Lagan.
no, Lagan.
All right. I guess that's unanimous across the board. Best scene.
I gotta give it to Kaz's introspection over the events. That was. I'm a sucker for the heavier, more philosophical discussions, especially when it's like, yeah, let's not hand wave away like something that is like, this is fucking horrifying. Why are we hand waving this? He didn't, and so I would like to reward that.
I can get behind that.
Yeah, so can I.
Yes.
All right. Unanimous on cause then. I do love that myself, so. Oh, but OBS is still being a shit.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, best line.
Bad dragon.
Yeah. The initial bad dragon line.
Who said it initially?
Arya.
Aria.
That's 2 for Arya. Any other contenders? Okay. I don't hear any objections. Arya, you get it.
Bad dragon.
Then Lagan was the audience's favorite. And with OBS being a real shit poster, we're going to find somebody to raid, and then we will call it a night. But until then, if you haven't already, you should go to YouTube and watch all of the VODs if you need to catch up, because we post those every week. I make sure to upload them and schedule them in a timely manner. They're usually a week behind the live, so if you need to catch up, you'll always have an episode to watch on Saturdays. If you're on YouTube and you're not following us on Twitch, you should, because we do these things live, even if Twitch is being a real booty face and dropping frames on me all the time. But we do these things live, and we do get that audience interaction at the end of the show. So be around for that. But like I said, you can always watch the VOD on YouTube. I am trying to do local recordings more often because of how bad it gets in the VOD list on Twitch. So, with that being said, Lucky Sevens, it is time for us to wish the audience a good night. So, say good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.